fine. Hopefully this isn't too rough. Oh! Yeah, that's a little bit... I don't know if I like that. I really don't know if I like that. Why are you down? You need to be louder. 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 There we go. Yeah, I don't know if I like, I do not know if I like that. Because my CPU's hitting pretty hard. My network is getting hit pretty hard too. I guess we'll find out. Because if that works well, then I can just use that. But yeah, we'll see. So, let's do make dire day 6. Alright. So here, so we have day 5, we have day 6, we have day 5. So what we can do is we can, what is it, copy? No. No. Yoink. Make files. Paste. Yeah, there we go. And then what we can do is we could say well, I mean, I also don't know if this module, well, I mean, a lot of that's boilerplate stuff, right? A lot of that is stuff that we already care, that we don't really care about doing, like doing the legwork for again and again and again and again and again and again and again, right? So I'm not too worried about it. I suppose that here, right, day 6. Main dot Lua. Alright. So let's go into stream. We shall see. Oh, I have 36 followers. Who followed me? Oh yeah, I was on Face. They didn't do anything. No. Oh yay! I have timestamps. That's good. I'm happy. I'm happy about the timestamps. I like timestamps. So, yeah, we have that. We have main, we have... So let's take a look at main.lua, right? Because we have class input vector draw. Right, we also need to create update, right? Yeah. So we need to have modules. Let's just go through each one of these and make sure that they're fine, right? So local meta table, yeah. Okay. Draw should look fine. Let's see. Yeah, because we have the meta table. Yeah, the meta draw.index is equal to draw. We do all that, and we want to separate it. Yeah, we wanted to separate these from these. Draw empty. Oh, we do have update. Never mind. We do have update. I just never put it in here. Okay. Local hold on. Local make equals require modules dots class local actually we don't want these to be local. The reason why we don't want them to be local is because of visibility. They limit visibility. Right? Yeah. I forget the difference between local and global. Well, I'm gonna try local, and if we run into issues, then we run into issues. Keybinds require modules dot input. Local vec is equal to I guess vec is equal to require modules dot vector. Alright. Local updates is equal to require modules dot update, and then local non-deal. Draw dot draw. Alright, so Alright, so we have that. So we can have a player is equal to doobly-doo. We have an opponent is equal to a doobly-doo. We have a ball, which is equal to a doobly-doo. Then we have a score, which is equal to 0. Okay. The main thing that we want to do is we want to say clear that position. Equal to make vec, or actually make vec. X is equal to what exactly? Well, we want X equal to 5, and we have Y is equal to we have function, we have Y is equal to, I mean, because what we can do is we could have like temporary things like window and information. Right. Because like another thing that we would want to do is the following. Alright, well, I mean, so we're not doing anything that has to deal with the resizing yet. So we can say underscore window. Right, or we can just say window is equal to width equal to 0, and then we say window, well actually what we say is x, y, window.w, window.h is equal to love.window.gets safe area. Alright, do that, and then we can say window dot h divided by 2. Player dot size. Oh, I just got. Ooh, what? Ooh, huh? Ah! Something happened. Syndixer. Hello. Hi. Gotta follow. More silent follows. Hello is equal to make. Hello, hi, how are you? Do you do hi, hello, frazzled? Definitely not a bot. I mean, what? How are you doing today? X is equal to 20, y is equal to window.h on 3. You breathe? Yeah. I know. I can breathe. I have ADHD. Sometimes I forget. But how are you doing today? Make back and x is equal to 0, y is equal to 0.5. I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing pretty okay today. It's been kind of a rough couple months, but I'm doing all right today. I'm happy. I'm a happy foxo. I did a lot of fancy Lua. Yeah, I love Lua. Like I'm more familiar with things like C# and C++, but C# and C++ require a lot of boilerplate and just it's kind of a pain in the ass. I'm kind of really out of practice in programming. So I thought that it'd be better if I came back to Lua and just started to do much smaller projects in Lua. And just kind of like went from there, right? So that's why I have like a bunch of modules and stuff that I wrote. I wrote all these modules myself. Like a lot of these are pretty simple too. Like class is just, this. It's just a way for me to create, new instances of classes. And it's like super simple, right? There's really not a whole hell of a lot here. C, you're a C person yourself? Yeah, I know. I mean, I feel like C and C++ is super underrated. Like, everyone's just like, oh, we want to get away from C. Like, I understand getting away from C. But, like, everyone hates on C++, and I don't understand it. Like, I really don't. And Lua is super awesome. I fucking love Lua. Lua's great. 3 hours debugging. Yeah. I can imagine so. I could imagine so. That is the big thing about debugging. Like, debugging C is not fun. So I can definitely understand that. Ooh, yeah. My input system. My input system is really it's a lot. I mean, even still, it's only 36 lines. But basically, it just allows you to register. It just allows you to register key codes and actions, and then you can just bind the actions to on key down and on key up for each key. Right. Well, I mean, each key has a pressed and released. Right? Did I do that properly? Yeah, keys, key, pressed, keys, key, released. And keys, key. Make action unit. Where's the action unit? Is the action unit? Okay, the action unit has listeners. And that's it. So, would it be better if I had a pressed and released on key? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Thanks. It's White Bat Audio. All of their stuff is DMCA free, so you can safely use it in YouTube videos, on Twitch streams, wherever the hell it is that you want. Just as long as you're not like directly redistributing their music, they literally don't care. You can do it for profit or whatever. Very lax and very, you know, stuff. That's really cool. I like White Bat Audio. And technically speaking, you don't need to even include arbitration. I do because I like to support them. They're super awesome. Alright. I mean, that's another thing, is that I feel that as long as you create a good product, you will get free arbitration. Like, that's just how computer science and how the world works. Okay, so I might need to do... I might need to do more stuff. Because... shit. Oh, and I do apologize, at about an hour, usually. My internet likes to give me a big fat middle finger, and everything starts going to shit. So, we will see if that happens. And also, at certain times of day, it will just absolutely give me a massive middle finger. But that usually only happens after about 3 to 4 hours, I think. Is when the time sensitive one goes. So there's that. Do I... Okay. I don't have... Keys doesn't have a thing. Okay, yeah, I am going to do an extension. And I am in Nani? Nando. Not okay. Oh, okay. Extension of keys. I want color. Thank you. What exactly do I want though? Because I could do a new car. Ooh. I hope that goes well for you. It's always exciting. Extension of keys. Guess function. I want oh shit. Because I want keys to be a collection of key objects, which have a pressed and a released. And I want to be able to do that easily, right? Because I want shit. How do I want to do it? Because I could do... I want... Actually, it's Lua. I don't think I have to. It's Lua. I'm being dumb. Ooh, what kind of car are you hopefully maybe getting? Possibly getting. Okay, so I should... yeah, let's just do a Ford Explorer. Okay. A Ford Exploder. Decorations. Window stuffs. I will probably end up maybe at some point, I don't know. Data deaths. Yeah, data deaths. Okay. Yeah, because if we want, yeah, we should do data deaths definitely. Because we can do opponent. Hold on. There we go. That pause. Use one for work, so yours as well. Get a personal one as well. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, if you like the vehicle, you like the vehicle. I mean, you'll always run into people that are gonna shit all over it, but that's just how it goes. X is equal to H minus 5. Y is equal to... Oh, wait, no, I don't want H. I want window. Dot H. You mother... Dot H divided by 2. Opponents. The only difference is one is a police explorer and one's just a regular... Jesus Christ! Police. A policeman. Or woman. An officer of the law. Well, I mean, I guess I should ask. Which one's the personal? Yeah. I mean, the police rated ones are pretty chunky. I don't have no vehicle. I just have my Lamborghinis. And Y is equal to window.h Actually, I still need to fix up my auto completion. That's like really messed up. I think I want to change it so that it's the right arrow to accept. Okay, it's like super messed up. But that requires me to actually do so. So how did you find me, by the way? Did you just troll through Southern Development, saw someone with no viewers, and was all like, oh, I'm gonna pop in and say hi? I'm just looking? Yeah. I do that too. Let's see. Well, actually, yeah. I can't really click on links because I don't have my computer is 15 years old. So let's see. Yeah, it's not letting me. So I can't click on it from mobile, and I don't have it on my desktop. Yeah, it's she's a very old computer. It has an Intel i5 first gen. So yeah, my PC, my CPU's at 62%. My GPU's at 11. Sheriff's office, gotcha. I mean that's kind of what I figured. Is that the the police cruiser was for work. It would be really funny if the civvy was the work vehicle and the police cruiser was the personal. Nice. Ball dot position. Let's make vec x is equal to window dot w on 2, y is equal to window dot h on 2. Ball dot radius is equal to 20. Right. I mean, I'm also gonna need ball dot velocity. Okay. Make vec You don't know what to code? You can't spell? I mean, I can hardly spell most of the times too, so I feel you. I feel you there. I mean, make Pong. Make Pong. Pong is always fun. Make Pong, make Snake. I mean, I'm a software engineer with the spelling of a pre-K student. Like, I was like solidly like deep into my 20s when I first, you know, wrote a document without any red squiggly lines. Okay, so I feel ya. Spell check has been my lifesaver. I mean, you also might like have dysgraphia and shit. Like, if your penmanship looked like absolute dog water until you were like 30, then you probably have dysgraphia. Yeah, I mean, at least you have a job. Unemployment sucks more than employment. So, they both suck, but I'd rather have a job than not. So, and I also appreciate the work that you're doing. Just as long as you're not a bully about it. You know, I don't think that anyone should have to deserve, you know, the kind of backlash and hatred that police officers get. I understand where it comes from, but that's also not every police officer. Yeah. I mean, and that's what, you know, and that is the mentality that a significant portion of the police force across America have. The vast majority of police officers have the mentality that they do it because they want to help people. And it's really only the bad apples that you see. And there are some departments, and unfortunately there are, you know, whole districts of police officers that come from, you know, that are trained to be bad. It's a real big problem in places like LA and other large cities. Certain districts are run and trained by individuals who have absolutely no right being in the positions that they are. They are bullies, training other people to become bullies, and because they are the instructors, they have that power, and they get away with it because cadets don't know any better. You know, they go into it expecting to learn how to help people, and they're being taught, well, you have to, in order to help anyone, you have to treat everyone like a criminal. And they take on that mentality even though that's not necessarily the case. Yes, you have to be careful. You have to treat everyone with the potential of being a criminal or the potential of being dangerous. Absolutely. You have to be careful, you know. But that's not the reality. It's not guilty until proven innocent. It's, you know, it's really sad to see too. You know, I've moved all over the country. I've interacted with police countless times. You know, most of it is not for any real reasons. I worked at a gas station, so I worked overnights at a gas station, so I was the happening place to be for the police officers of my city, you know. So I would, you know, talk to, you know, so like I would I would talk to police officers and stuff like that. I mean, there's been a couple times when I've had to deal with police officers for other reasons. I've had to make those calls a few times. You know, I've even been, I think I've even been questioned a few times on things just because I happen to be in the area. I'm like, well, shit, I guess I'm coming home late tonight. Hey, love, sorry I'm coming, and sorry it's gonna be late. Some shit went down, I gotta stay here. You know? It's just, it happens. You know, especially if you work at a gas station, so. But it's just really sad. Like I did security training, and that was with San Jose Police Department in California. That was really cool. The police force there is generally pretty solid. 12 p.m. to 3 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta live third shift. Third shift is great. Yeah, no, I learned I learned the rotations pretty easily when I was working at gas stations. Because it was like every like 6 hours or so, you know, a couple cop would come in and get some coffee and shit. And be like, shift change, and be like, yeah. And like, it's lunchtime. And they're like, yeah. It was real fun when I got fucking robbed at gunpoint at 2 o'clock in the morning. That was a fun Tuesday. 0. And then, yeah. I miss overnights. Like, night shift is just so, I don't know, there's something about the air. Just like the air outside is just peaceful and quiet. I mean, this is also up in Wyoming, so I miss night shifts in Wyoming. Oh, Jesus. I should probably turn down my mic just a touch. That a good one? Oh, is that? Ah. Okay. I think I'll do 5 dB. Uh-huh. Now I understand why I was fucking shit up. Cool. Good to know. I was doing things wrong. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. $17.51. Money? Oh. But that was like 2, 3, 4 days ago. Why do you have to deal with? Oh, I mean paperwork. You have to do the paperwork. Well, hopefully you don't have to deal with, you know, anyone aggressively stupid. Let me put it that way. Asking for no stupid people would be asking for a miracle. So you're gonna deal with dumbasses. Anytime you deal with people, you deal with dumbasses. Okay, so we have those. Okay. Then we have the special behavior stuffs. So, I need to have update and draw. So what is draw going to do? I could do the smart thing and say that a player is a rectangle and just bind its shit to rectangle. Which I was thinking about doing that. I might do that next time. What do I have this? Oh, I can't. Yeah. Alright, I guess that's fine. Okay, let's see here. I still need to draw my fucking face. I need to fix that. I've had to reinstall my operating system so many times I've lost all my assets. I didn't back any of them up. I mean, for a while there, I was redrawing it every day. Ugh. Alright, so let's see. Let's do draw player is equal to function hello. Is equal to function self. Yeah. Because I just have the new index and call. And then call is called. I don't have to worry about any of that shit. Because I have new index. And then index equals draw. Correct? Right. Okay. So this, I'm just assuming that this is the proper. I'm assuming that I wrote my API correctly. So, geez, I am popular today. Why am I so popular? That person went live. That person went live. That person went live. F-Droid. D Google. Samsung. Yeesh. Alright. Draw player function self. And what do we want? We want self dots illegal fires. No. No. I hope it's not California, because if it is, then yay. gotta love illegal fires. Also, Texas would be pretty bad. There's a lot of brush in Texas, especially West Texas, more Central Texas. Colorado would be pretty bad. Wyoming would be kind of bad. There's a lot of places where, even good old Florida. Oh, okay, during a burn ban, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that's less bad, but still frustrating. It's not good. Self dot. Oh, right. Is there love dot graphics dots rectangle? So you have mode, X, Y, width and height. Gucci. So it should be fill. X will be self dot pause dot running undo. No, what? Oh no, what? Traffic crash. Oof. That's not good. Hopefully it's not too rough. Self dot pause plus self dot size dot x times self dot origin dot x let's do the smart thing. Do all these on and then we have the width, which is self dot size dot x, and then the height is self dot size dot y. And then Gucci Poochie. I think that should be fine. Technically speaking, I could just oh wait, no, it's not plus, it's minus. It's minus. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I can just do copy. And then draw. Opponent. And equal to that. Okay. Let's see here. So I have draw. I have the player and the opponent. They both have the same function for that shit. Which, I mean, I'm doing this in a really terrible way, but fucking sue me. Draw is equal to function. So here we would have love.graphics dot circle, and then here we have fill, self dot pause dot x minus, oh wait, but the ball doesn't have, oh, minus radius, self dot radius dot pause dot y minus self dot radius. Wait, is it by the center? Nani? Nandu. Eh? No, I think it's upper left, right? I think so. Nani? Okay, fucking asshole. I wanted it to be all split up. Oh, why'd you have to ruin it? Morph. Okay, well then I guess fuck you. Yeah, it's been a while since I did anything, so CD into day 6. Love. We should see something good. Wunderbar. I think that is not accurate. I think that is actually, yeah. So, a few things. I think I don't need to do the radius, for one, because I think it draws the circle at the center. 0.2. Okay. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Why? Why is you acting like a bitch? So why is... Okay. So that is correct. The vertical is correct. The horizontal is not. This is probably something very stupid, but I can almost guarantee you that this is the problem. Also, not only that, but I can also just say delete. Do that. Nani? Nandeo. Qu'est-ce que c'est? What do you mean? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Okay. 75. Why? Nani? What do you mean? Looping gettable. What do you mean by looping the gettable? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Was ist das? Was ist das? Okay. Fuck it, I guess. Fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm just gonna have to figure out how to do that properly. Because like one of the things that you can do, you can say, because like it'd be nice if I could just point it to the same function, right? Right. Okay, cool. So that's the norm. So why? You know, when you're setting an X value, it helps if you choose the right value to base it on. There we go. So that should be right in the middle. What do you mean? Nani? Nandu? Eh? What do you mean? Nandu. If key's key. I forgot to do an if key's key. Okay, that's fine. If input dot keys key, then and if input dot keys key, then that should be fixed. There we go. Now I can push things and it doesn't crash. Perfect. We don't have a resize. We don't have a hook into resizing. That's something that needs to... Oh! Nani? Nandio. Was ist das? Pourquoi? Strange. I'm not downloading anymore. Okay. That works. And still nothing. See if I do that for a couple seconds. I don't know why. Yeah, it's popped up on there, but it's not popped up on Restream. Strange. Okay. Get fucked, I guess. Das nicht gut. Whatever. So we have that, we have that, we have that. So we have the drawing. We have the draw score is equal to function self. And then in here, what we want to do is we have love.graphics.print. So we have the x, the y, the angle, the skew needs to be 1. Alright. Yeah, we could say score. I do need to do that. The reason why is because otherwise it's just a number, and then that's going to absolutely wreck shit. So score dot val is equal to 0. Let's go back down here. So we have score.val. We have an x and a y. We have a 0 and a 0. Alright, we have an x and a y. We have an angle theta. We have what else do we have? Scale. Alright. I forget. Okay. Transform is of type of transform. Can I just do x is equal to 0, y is equal to 0, and then angle is equal to 0. Oh, OX. Oh, scale X, scale Y. Ah. Nani? Nande yo? So do Nan desu ka? Nan desu ka? Whatever. 0, 0. R is 0. The scale X. Oh, fucking fuck me. I think it needs to be printf. Yeah, because it's text transform limit align. God, I fucking hurt, dude. Okay, R is equal to 0. Sx equals 1. Sy is equal to 1. Ox is equal to window dot width limit number align is center. So the way we do it is we say the limit number is equal to window dot width center. Alright. So we have these. Son of a bitch. Whatever. I wanted nicer, but I guess it is what it is. Fuck. God. EP. EP Fox. Why? Por qué? Por qua? Por qué no video? Alright, I need to get some more coffee. And stop drooling all over my damn keyboard. Okay. You know what? Sure. Fuck it. Alright, I'll be right back. Coffee. back with more coffee. Yeah. Yeah. It's been pretty solid. Not that I'd say that it's gonna go to shit, but whatever. This should work. Alright. Number expected got table. Oh, I understand. Okay. Love dot form dot okay. Okay. I forget how to... What is it? Control? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So I should be... Number expected got straight. Money? Undo. But... ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Non veo. Why? Son of a bitch. How do I get the... Oh. How... Dot... Okay, so... Love dot set form. I don't don't know. Okay. Okay. I create and Love2D. Let's get you a little bit lifted. We use it directly in love.graphics.draw. Okay. So we have okay. So that will be love.math. New transform. 0, 0, 0. Scale is 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. Right. Ooh, yay. I don't know. Okay, so I don't know if that needs to be that, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. And I can mouse and scale it up. And do other things. But I can have a score of 0. And that is right smack dab in the middle. It does everything that I want it to do. Is that truly in the middle? Should be in the middle. I don't know. My, yeah. Come on, pull up. I believe in you. I believe. Mother son of a works fine with a rectangle, doesn't work with anything else. Whatever. Do not understand. It's all the same shit. I don't get it. Oh, I should do self.file. There you go. Yes. This will work. So we have these, and then that's fine. So we have player opponent ball and score. We have player opponent ball and score. We have a chunky ball. I don't know if I like the ball that big. I might want to make the ball small. I can do anything. I'm gonna guess that's fine. Let's see here. We can do. Okay, update. So, let's take a look at the update rules. So, let's do the easy ones. Alright. Let's say that yes. I also want to build state machines as well, because those are really powerful. Those are really important to have. I mean, yeah, I need to think of how yeah, because I mean, like, state machines are kind of there's also Markov chains and other things along those lines. So there is quite a lot to keep in mind when dealing with these kinds of things, so I don't really know. I'll have to think of it. So we need to have the updates. Yeah, because we have draws. We want draw, then we want to define the update. So update player. And so update player is going to be what? Update player is going to have none deal. Okay, what we have is what? Okay. What are the update rules for the player? Equals self dot pose plus self dot velocity times the key. I think that's it, actually. Right. And this is why we have these things, right? So the thing that we want to do now, the ball is going to be a bit more complicated because we want the update to happen, and then we want to resolve the update. We move it, check to see how it moved, and then we see how it works, right? So when I Okay. Okay. When I okay, step one. Self dot pause is equal to self dot pause plus self dot vel times the t, and then we do some stuffs. So we need to see if it goes I mean, there are kind of ways of doing things, right? Okay. So, step 1. If the self dot pause dot y is a little less than 0, then first we say self dots pause dot y is equal to 0 minus self dot pause dot y, and self dots val dot y is equal to minus self dot. Not slef, self. Okay. Dot y is greater than window dot h then then what we have, if it is greater than h, we do the same thing. Pause dot y, self dot rel dot y is equal to minus self dot y. This will bounce it. And it will bounce it properly. Accurate. Exactly. Integrated. Exactly. Because basically all that we're doing is we're just folding space. Right? We're just folding space so it's bound. The next thing that we could do is we can also say that the main thing that we could do is okay, so that's the do the integration. Check the top boundary. check the bottom boundary. Right. And then here we can check left. Oh, check. I mean, we could make the paddles handle the we can make the paddles themselves handle all those things, right? So, and all this stuff is just going to do. All right, it's just going to say, hey, is this the thing? No, okay, then move on. Is this the thing? No, okay, then move on. Is this the thing? No, okay, then move on. I mean, granted, technically speaking, it's not very good because it's heavily branched, but it's also Lua. It's not going to matter, right? Yes, it is a JIT compiler, etc., etc., etc. It is being compiled and executed as machine code, yada yada yada, etc., 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 right? So there is that. I think for my own language, I might have a JIT interpreter, a JIT compiler. I mean, it'd be pretty nice to do that. But I think it would be more of like a JIT cross compiler, right? Because I would compile it down into an intermediary code. And then from there, it would run it, right? Because I'm going to be doing a lot of compile time optimizations and compile time memory checking and memory allocations and stuff, right? There's going to be a lot of compile time fuckery going on that I want to be able to rely on, that I'm not going to be able to if I have a just-in-time compiler dealing with, you know, the raw source, right? So, yeah. And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to be able to say, you know, I want to be able to package I really like the whole fusing, the Lua fusing thing is super cool. That is something that is fucking incredible. Because what you can do is you can say, hey, here's one tier of compilation. You just fuse it and run it, right? And then, you know, it's really good for rapid prototyping, because then you can just like pass that around and you can just like run it and stuff. And then if you want to do like a final compilation, you should be able to just fuse and then compile from fuse. I just tell the fuser or the fused executable to compile to native. You know, -c -native, right? Something like that. And it should be able to just do all that shit for you. That way, you know, your target audience can, you know, there's multiple tiers of how it will be done, right? And that would be really cool. I would super enjoy that. That'd be something that'd be really incredible. and very, very powerful in systems programming, in systems development, and in game design and development, because I would really like to step away from this web browser wrapper bullshit. Is really bad. And if I can have essentially a very solid web framework within Tungsten, and be able to, in essence, be able to pass, these information packets and have a really solid graphics, UX, graphics platform, then it'd be really cool, because it'd be really nice to completely and utterly replace. It'd be nice to replace these systems, right? So there'd be that. But anyway, back to this. If self.pause.x is less than 0, then .x and self.val.x is equal to minus self.val.x. Right. And then check right boundary if self.pause.x is greater than window.w, then self.pause.x is equal to window.w minus self.pause.x, and self.val.x is equal to minus self.val.x. Yeah, we could do that. I will probably end up changing these, but just to test. So Nani? Nando. This is incorrect. So, if it is greater than, what I want to do is I want to have the window minus I want the window width. The window width minus however much more x's. Alright, so if x is greater, I say well, let's just say window.w. Okay, so let's just do w minus whatever x minus w is, which is 2 times w minus x. Two times window.w minus self.pos.x. This should be it, right? Yeah. Okay. So, let's set the, just for a little bit of shits and giggles. It is fairly fast, but we can make it now it is bouncing off of the center, right? It's not quite bouncing off of the actual side of it, right? And this is robust. Right, this is like super robust because it just reflects it over, you know, its stuff. And I'm okay with it going all the way, right? Like, I'm perfectly fine with that. Because it makes it a little bit more apparent as to what's going on. So I can... I can do what exactly? What exactly is it going to be that I want to do? Okay. So that bounces off properly. That's good. Now let's go into yeah, you can cool off. Cool off, buddy. You're fine. Okay. Yeah, I still have absolutely no idea what load average means. Come on, you can cool off. There we go. This will be the most airflow that I can possibly get. So, okay, so sorry, I need to fix my headspace for a little second here. Okay. There we go. So we have all of those. Now there is also no guarantee. That updates or that opponent or player is going to happen before the ball, right? There's no guarantee. And not only that, but the new position is going to... Because, like, what happens if it moves... Because it needs to... Because we don't want tunneling. Right? We don't want tunneling. If it moves larger than the paddle in a single frame, it will tunnel straight through. Right? So there needs to be a sense of a resolution, order. Which means there may be a bit of do I want concurrency? Right. So one of the things that we could do how am I going to do this? Because if we take a look at so it would, because I would like to have the player take care of the ball interaction, right? And there's also the whole thing about, because, like, oh, okay, because there's the idea of like collisions and stuff, right? Does Love2D have collisions? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Love.physics is way overkill. I don't need ridiculous shit. Like there's because there's some, yeah, I mean it would be better. I mean it is interesting to have that. So I mean it might be interesting. So runs until yield, prints started with 5, returns true. So you could always... Interesting. So if I had... So if I understand this correctly, right? Say I wanted to have explicit integration, detection, resolution, right? Right, because I could do, I mean, that would mean I would have my own, and like draw can happen anywhere in between there, right? Because one of the things is that I can set an exact sequence, but I also really have to pee. So I am going to go do that. Ow. Ow. interrupt. 26 frames. Cool. Okay. Looks like I did not lose anything. Awesome, awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Perfect. Alright, so we have these, right? So the main thing, okay. The main thing So, the thing that I want to I could do physics. Alright. Because I could do update physics. Update. Because, like, the way that update paths work, right, is that you have integration, you have integration, then you have so the main thing is that we have a bit of an odd case, right? Because we want to have an order. We want to have kind of like a named system, right? Because the order in which we do things matters. I mean, it's almost 10. I can either think about how to work this, because let's see. All right. Because we want to have, So because it'd be nice to have like named stuff, right? It'd be nice to name it. And what I mean by that is that it'd be nice to say, hey, because it'd be nice to say something along the lines of like, you know, update dot physics player equals, you know, equals function do physics. Right. Right. So you'd have that, right? Do physics and right. So but we would also want to say, hey, the update chain, right? Update would be right, we'd have physics, right, because we would have integrate detects resolve, right? We could do that. Return update chain, and like that is like the order of operations that'll go. So yeah, what's up? Very hungry. So yeah, this is kind of like what we would want, right? So because the update itself needs to have a list of things, right? It needs to have a set order. So the chain needs to be an array. And for okay. 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 So updates dot chain is equal to that, right? Or stages, right? Stages. We can do that, and then we can do that, and we can do that, and we can do that, right? So the main thing is that what we want to do. I'm going to get this done at some point. One of these days, I'm gonna do it. It's gonna happen, alright? So what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? So we want the update to do the thing. We want the new index to go into but this isn't how we want to do it. We want the phase. We want index. Not new index, but index. Meta update index. Wait, meta update nani? Nande. Alright, because we want what? Updates dot stages is equal to Maddox detection resolution, right? We can do kinematics detection resolution, and then we can say update Oh, actually it'd be dot. Kinematics. Update dot kinematics. Right? Player. Right. Those do kinematics. So this is something that I think is how it would do. Because you are defining it specific and explicitly. You are explicitly defining what they're going to do. Right? So, if not so like it would basically be like if you're trying to set something that doesn't fucking exist, then you know all right. So one of the things that you could do is you could also say function meta update index stage. Well, yeah, stage. Okay, so what we do is if not self dot stages and then return. Yeah, but shouldn't I be able to like throw errors and shit? Then return and right. If not self stages, then return end, right? Otherwise, right? Because that is in assert. That is in assertion. We are asserting that things are going to be well behaved. That's what we want. We want to assert. Oh wait. If not self stages, stage, then return. Return self dot stages stage. return self-taught stages, right? Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Delete. If there we go. That is proper. If self.stages stage, then return self.stage stage. And, otherwise, it does a bunch of bullshit and it doesn't do anything and it throws an error and it gets mad, and the just in time and the legit throws an error and gets angry. And we like that. Then we have the new index. We have the call index new index. So nani? Nan desu ka? Nan desu ka? Nande? Was ist das? Nan desu ka? Was ist das? Welcome back. Yay! At just shy of 3 hours was the first drop. Cool. Das ist gut. Das ist gut. Not that the stream dropped, but that it took like almost 3 hours. Das ist gut. Nice. I'm happy, and it also restarted my restream. Das ist gut. So we don't want to have new index. What we want to do is, because stages, what we want, yeah, because we have the meta update, all that stuff, right? And again, what we want to have is we want to have update dot stages is equal to kinematic. This becomes an array, right? Detection, resolution, update dot kinematic layer. Function. Do right, like this is what we want. We want this. This is the thing that we want. So we want to define very strange. Okay, that should be back. Should be better now. That'll be something good too. But I'm not even fucking... Ugh. Whatever, dude. And then I guess we'll just see if what you face it did a thing or not. I do really like the whole anti loserator doobly doo with the doobly jam. The stream drop protection is super nice. Very helpful. But yeah, das ist gut. Das ist gut. So this is the kind of thing that we want to do. So, the index. Alright. If it is not in, then do some stupid shit. In which case, stages. The stage. I have that. Stages stage. Which means that I'll be indexing stages. Right? Which means that I could do right? Which means I can do function Nani? Nandeo? Nan desu ka? Was ist das? Whatever. Function empty index. Alright. Because these are not keys. I'm passing the stage into the stages. It is an array. Fuck. Right? Fuck. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because this is like a reverse thing. なんだよ。But I don't want that. I want... That can't be a thing. MT index. Function MT index. Key. And... So... Because I want to put this on stages. And what I want to do is I want to return fuck. How the fuck am I gonna do this? Alright, because I want it to be like that. Because I want the stages to be kinematic detection resolution. Because I need it to be ordered, right? I need there to be a strict order. Right. So when stages gets created, it has a doobly-doo with the doobly chain. I will look into update a little bit different, but that's literally all that I want to do, right? So if self stages, so index. When I index, I have a thing, and I want there to be, but I don't want if self stages. I want if stages contains, right? I don't want if stages, right? I want it if for I, V, and I pairs, self.stay, self.stages, do. Okay. So when I call update dot kinematic, right, I look into its stages to see if it's in there. If it is, I set because I need to return the entry. I need to return the entry. Right. I need to return whatever the fuck is there. I return that update group, right? Because I want to have named things because they're named things are nice. But I also want to make sure that the ordering is done nicely. And just stating the order in which I want things to be done is the best way to do that. Right? Instead of having like this weird like Z indexing or anything like that, I can just change the order. Because that's just way more robust. There's no way that I can fuck that up. Right. If I have like an order index or something like that, then if two things have the same order index, then what order do they go in? It's not very good. I want a very strict ordering. So groups. Right, then I don't know. But here's the weird thing. I need to make sure that if it doesn't exist, to make it exist, right? Like that's kind of what I need to do. So let's do if stage, then do I need the meta? Do I need this meta table? So right. So then if v equals stage, they're the same. Stage is V. Then if group so if V equals stage, then I need to make sure that the thing fucking exists, right? If it doesn't exist, then I make it exist. If the group doesn't exist, then I make it exist, right? So if I'm fetching something, right, in this case, update.kinematic. Kinematic doesn't exist. Right? It's not found in update. So make kinematic okay, so since kinematic doesn't exist, pass that into stages. Find out if it exists in there. Okay. Alright, cool. Now we say find out if it exists in there. If it does, then you then fetch it from groups. If it doesn't exist in groups, make it exist in groups. Right? Return groups. But if it doesn't exist within groups, then but see, here's the thing. Self dot groups, right? Self groups at stage is equal to self groups stage or that, right? Return self dot groups stage. Right? I mean, I could just say I. Because that should work. if then you know self groups I equals self groups I or empty. Return self groups I, right? But because I mean, like, one way of doing it is that you'd have a slightly different, like, you can, like, if it doesn't exist, then you can just, like, spawn one on ad hoc, like, immediately or whatever. That's a thing that you could do. Right? Because at that point, like, you're spawning in a different thing, and then you're creating a new, you know, stuff in it. There are plenty of ways to fuck it all up. Error correction. Hey, Orc. I am doing Love2D. I'm not quite at the point that I can say that Pong is finished. And that's mainly because, like, I'm still working out, like, some of the framework stuff. And sorry for missing you for 2 minutes. For like a minute. But yeah. Yeah, I'm still doing Love2D. Pong's not quite finished because I'm still working on, like, the framework stuff. Because, like, at this point I'm mostly just building up frameworks so that I can sit down and crank out Pong in like 5 minutes, right? Kind of doing like an 80% New Game Plus speedrun here, right? that's kind of what I'm doing. So I'm just setting up the New Game Plus so that I can make Pong in like 5 minutes. Right. Because again, like, I still want to be able to just kind of sit down, start making Pong with what it is that I have. Seeing how far I get until I want to pull my hair out. And then doing it. Like, and of course, like, I could make Pong start to finish in an hour. It wouldn't be that hard to do. It's just that the code base would look like shit, and I wouldn't be able to, you know, I wouldn't be able to use it anywhere else. Right. So a lot of these things, like the update loop, the draw loop, all that stuff, these update and draw objects are very useful ideas. And these are things that I want to use in other projects. Like the RPG that I want to make, right? So making all that all together is something that I want to maintain, right? So meta method call. So what is call going to do? This is going to oh, I could just do it in groups. Yeah, in the order of groups. Because I'm essentially creating a very structured what do you want to call it? Since like my structuring is very strict here, I want to be able to have the order be super strict, which means that I can just resolve it since I'm using the index here. that'll be fine. Because just an array of these are an array of names. These are an array of tables. An array of arrays. Therefore, in here, for a group in I pairs self dots groups bytes EBIT engine? Really? I don't know what that is. Do for for listener callback and pairs group. Do callback listener DT and this should be Gucci. Which means that everything else is gonna get fucked. That's fine. Let's look through this properly, right? So this means that function in EBIT engine, everything is an image. The screen data from an image file and even off-screen items are all represented as image objects. Most rendering operations consist of drawing one image on top of another. EBIT engine works on desktop, web browsers, and even on mobile, plus EBIT engine is implemented in pure Go on Windows, so Windows developers do not need to install a compiler. Nintendo Switch is support weird. Nandeska. That's weird. I mean, there's a lot of really there's a lot of really strange SOA engines. All right. New index. Oh. Meta update, new index. Okay. Meta update dot new index is equal to no. Because fuck you. That's why. It acts like Raylib. Ooh, Raylib. Yeah, Raylib. I kind of want to take a look at Raylib, honestly. Raylib is a lot of really cool stuff. Raylib is pretty awesome. I mean, like, same thing with, like, just raw SDL. Yeah, I say raw SDL. But, like, SDL is really good, too. So, for one, I need to exit out of that shit. Good. So we have updated that Lua here. Yeah, I mean, like, I just don't know a whole lot about Raylib. I just hear a lot of good things about Raylib, right? It's very popular in just games from scratch stuff. Why is my computer about ready to? Oh, is that why? You know, if I'm gonna give my laptop more airflow, I notice that it helps if I don't block the inlet. You know, just having good outflow is insufficient for cooling. You also need good inflow. I've noticed. I still think it's like hilarious that because you're the second person now that has commented on how hot my computer's getting. And 92 is really fucking toasty. Come on, cool off. What is eating up so much? I mean, it's probably just OBS, but I don't know, it's whatever. So, let's see here. Okay, so let's go through this one step at a time. So, yeah, I mean, it's like 28 lines of code, right? So we have declaration of the base class, the meta table, stages and groups. So when you hit call, you go through every group and groups. And you just call the callback with the listener and pass in the delta time. Then when you're accessing it, instead of accessing it directly, you sweep through I pairs, you sweep through stages, and then you just return the table at whatever index is at groups. And you delete meta update. I'm sure there's ways that I can fuck myself over. Need something that works with WebAssembly and or Emscripten. Also don't need to worry about image files since Ebit Engine has built-in texture alias Atlas packing. Nice. What that means is even if all your files, I'm super familiar with GPU stuff. The main reason why I wanted to start writing my own engine is so that I can control a lot of the GPU management stuff. So I'm super familiar with the hazards of GPU stuff, and if I understand correctly, Vulkan has removed texture slots. You don't need to worry about texture slots with Vulkan anymore. But you still do with OpenGL and WebGL, right? Just because you know, that's still the old stuff. I don't know if like WebAssembly does the same thing. I think WebAssembly is just the I think WebAssembly is just a replacement for JavaScript. And I think same thing with inscription. Inscription. They're like, you know, JavaScript replacements. You know, so you still have to worry about WebGL and the other like graphics pipelines and stuff. I haven't done a whole lot of research into all that stuff. It's just not my wheelhouse. So I'm kind of interested in it, mainly because I'm kind of like watching how the internet is evolving, and the monopoly that Google has is fucking stupid. I hate it. And the only reason why they're able to get away with it is because it was like this weird self-evident thing, right? Their JavaScript engine was shit, and people just started to write towards that shit JavaScript engine instead of following the specifications. And then Google was just all like, oh, well, if people are writing their websites specifically for our JavaScript engine, then let's just lean into that more. And they just kind of pulled the JavaScript specifications out from what it was declared as, and more towards whatever the fuck Google is doing. Right? And that's super bad. Right? That's why a lot of things don't work on Firefox, is because Firefox is much closer to the actual specification than Chromium is. And it's a damn shame. So Google literally owns the internet, right? And because of that, and because Google was so big, and they just kind of released, you know, the Chromium engine as just like an openly usable thing, you know, people started, you know, it was mostly because of YouTube, right? Since they made Chromium, they wrote YouTube to work for Chromium. Within the Chrome ecosystem. They wrote a thing that is less shit than Edge, than, you know, Internet Explorer, right? So people started to go towards, you know, Chromium very quickly. They made it very convenient to log into your own shit, because the market, because Google was such a powerful search engine, it was very safe to have a Google a Gmail account. Therefore, it became pretty self-evident that you should just, you know, maintain a Google account, and then you can just log into your Google account through Google Chrome. And more people started doing this, so more and more people started using Chrome, so more and more people started writing websites for Chrome, which means that it just kind of exhausted and choked out all the other web browsers. So now everything's Chromium, except for Safari and except for Firefox. And that is really bad, because that means Google controls the internet. Which is really fucking bad. Yeah, what is pegging out my shit? That's disk. Processes. What is using up browser pager? Yeah, the browser pager is using up basically fucking nothing. I mean, it's 29% CPU. That's kind of horrific. What happens if I close that? That immediately cleared up so much. Okay. So that was eating up way too much shit. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. What? Oh, presets. That's what that did. It was presets, not process. That's a little frustrating. But whatever. So I don't know. I've just been kind of looking at all that stuff because it'd be really nice if people started to move towards something that was more of an open specification than JavaScript. JavaScript is kind of nice, but it's also kind of a colossal pain in the ass. It'd be super cool if it was moved over to Lua. But I don't think there's much of a reason for it because we have WebAssembly. And WebAssembly is a much more robust specification. There's a lot more hands involved in it. So one singular, company can't just run away with it. So at least that's from my understanding. That's my understanding of the situation with it. So that's just, I don't know. It's something to keep in mind, I guess, right? Is maybe WebAssembly is the way to go if more and more websites just start doing things. Gleam, which is the new GS. I have no idea. I'm not a web developer, so I have no idea what the current web ecosystem is. A lot of my knowledge is 5, 6, 7 years old, right? My web knowledge is very, very old. I basically remember the announcement of WebAssembly and never looked into it. So I have absolutely no fucking idea. So let's actually go through here and change the update stuff. And I do believe I made it, uppercase updates. So son of a bitch. Update dot. What did I fucking call it? Right? I think that was it. Yeah, stages. Update that stages. So move detect resolve. So we do have that. Update.stages. Should be fine. It should be fine because index just points to undeclared, not things not found. Right? And new index is setting things not found. Right? How to set information that's not found. So this should work. Hopefully it does. So update.move. Player is equal to function dt. Self dot self dt and Gleam is a statically typed language that compiles to both Erlang and JavaScript. You write safe code that runs on the back-end Beam VM and front-end browser. An alternative, not a JS successor. ENG is second most admired language with 70% approval, behind only Rust. Already using Gleam to build engines, leveraging strong types for safe state management and compiling to JavaScript for browser rendering. Expand your toolkit if you value type safety across server and client. It's not here to replace JavaScript, just make interacting with it better. Gotcha. Yeah. So it's a dialect of JavaScript, right? Kind of like TypeScript. So we have update move. Yeah. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I mean, I like, tooling around and noodling around with other languages. That's why I spent like the first 2-3 months of me being on here, messing around with other languages. Right? I mean, I'm still messing around with other languages. Just kind of, sort of settled on Lua until I can write my own language. Right? And I'm also doing Lua so I can get my mind back into the swing of things to not only just make a game, but also do dev. Right? Like that's what I'm getting at. Is like I want to do dev. I want to do the dev. I want to do the dev work. Right? And that really does require, it's not easy, right? It's not easy being green. So yeah, right. Update.move player function self.dt. Self dot pause equals self dot pause plus self dot val times dt. Right. Update dot move is equal to function then up. Move ball. Now, yes, it would be a lot better if I had a singular move function that, like, there we go. That is, like, applied to all of these. I mean, I will get to that at some point, because that is behaviors. Right? Because I want to have a particular behavior that is, you know, the same instruction set, but you're just sweeping through different data. But that will be dot detect. I mean, do I want to have detect resolve? I mean, I could just do straight up resolve. Right? Nani? Nando. Detect resolve. I don't know. Bah. I don't know. I mean, because I want it to first see if it needs to bounce off the paddles, because that's going to be more important, right? Because it feels bad when you know, do a thing and I could just like cut straight through your paddles like that. Feels like ass, right? It's just a lot better if you detect the paddles first and then you fall back to the walls. So I'm going to say detect player, detect opponent, then resolve wall. I think that's the way I want to do it, right? So I move everything first. Well, I could say deflect rebound or bounce. Alright, move, deflect, bounce. Right. And again, this is just so that I can package behaviors together in a way that just makes more sense to me. Right. Making games is not trivial. Right? Like, it is not trivial to make a game. And it's not trivial to make a framework either. So, it would make more sense if I did that, right? So updates dot deflects player is equal to function. So if the So this isn't quite the best way of doing things, right? Namely because there's kind of like a lot of memory involved and stuff, right? So I will go into like spatial hashing and stuff because what I want to do is I want to have like a physics grid, which is just a two-dimensional array or three-dimensional array if it's a 3D game, but a two-dimensional array of cells that every single object occupies, right? And then for every object, all that you have to do is just go through each object and then check within its own bounds. And you only have to check the squares that it's actually occupying, right? Now, you largely wouldn't want to do that at like the per pixel level because that's horrifically expensive, right? So you would state the resolution of the grid, and then you could also do like a quad tree if you wanted to or something. A more sparse set if you have more, sparse systems. Something that we can go over later. I mean, I'll probably do that with Breakout, right? Because after I get Pong dialed in, I might do Breakout. Because I feel like that's a more dynamic game and has like there's a lot more stuff that we could do with it. And then I can start fucking around with start fucking around with shaders, and then work towards something, right? Because I also want because if I do I do Pong, I do Breakout, I do a roguelike RPG. And then I make tungsten. And then I make tungsten. And then I make a Minecraft clone because fuck Microsoft. And then I make Starforge because fuck Microsoft. And I think that's kind of how I'd want to do it. So here player self ball. Okay, so the ball is going to be, so we detect if the ball well, for one, if the ball dot velocity dot x is greater than 0, then return end, right? Because if the ball is moving away from the player, then we don't even need to worry about the glitch. If ball dot position dot x plus self dot pause dot x plus minus self dot origin dot x times self dot size dot x. Oh wait. If ball dot pause dot x plus ball dot radius is greater than self dot pause dot x minus self dot origin dot x times self dot size dot x, then return end. If math dot absolute value of ball dot pause dot y minus self dot pause dot y is greater than self dot size dot y divided by 2, then return end. The ignore, right? If ball is in front of player, ignore. If ball is outside of player, interesting, because at this point the update doesn't even need to worry, right? Because we move, then we do a bunch of fucking checking and shit. Right? I guess technically you could throw all this in draw. Weird, interesting. That's interesting. Weird. That's cool, that's interesting. But it also doesn't really matter, right? So if the ball is moving away, you ignore it. If the ball is in front of the player, ignore it. If the ball is outside of the player, then ignore it. Otherwise, you get, let's just local a local front is equal to that is greater than front, right? Because here, what we can do is you can set the plus self dot size dot x. Yeah. Here, I mean, this is malformed. This is actually inaccurate. It just so happens to work because I am using the size, the origin, as half. Right? So, this part is incorrect. Categorically, this is incorrect. But it's going to work anyway. Just because of how I have it done, right? Note. This is actually incorrect. It just so happens to work out anyway. Right? Yeah, like this is bad. this is not correct. This is bad form. It is snack break time. I'm gonna go get a snack, refill my coffee, do a little stretchy stretch, use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Okay. Alright. There's some stuff going on. Oh. We want. Alright. Then, otherwise. What do we want? We want front plus front minus front plus front minus. Okay, so it's two times front minus ball dot position dot x. And I think that's true regardless, right? So dot x is equal to 2 times front minus hello tofu how are you doing today, tofu? I mean, to be honest, I think that Rust is overrated. I'm doing okay. Doing alright today. Like, I do like how I do think that Rust is very clever. It's very elegant. I just feel like the execution is kind of meh. It's pretty mid. I mean, I guess I could just actually do this properly. Right? Like, I think the idea of a borrow checker is really, really clever for compile time, you know, memory safety. I think that's a very clever solution. What I don't like is like how it's actually executed. Like it's nice that it is basically saying it's not really tracking references or anything like that. It's just asserting memory safety at compile time, and I think that's very, very powerful. It's very, very nice. But Rust is also very inflexible. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of why I've been more thinking about what kinds of things I want to do with tungsten. Because I want to have... I would really love to allow people to... It's a programming language that I want to It's a programming language that I want to write. So, like, I've been kind of messing around with other. I've been kind of messing around with other languages, seeing how other languages handle certain things, things that I like about it, things that I don't like, to help guide me with how I want to write Tungsten. Right. Like a big part of messing around with like Lua, and I will be looking into Lisp at some point, but the whole okay. Are we back? Give it a couple seconds. Yeah, the my internet dropped for a second there. Anyway, I want Tungsten to be a systems language that will have effectively a compile time garbage collector, or reference counting, or reference tracking, basically. Right. So I want it to be easily extendable by developers. So instead of one singular central unit that is expanding upon and extending the language, I want that to be up to the community, essentially, right? So if you want to have posits, for example, you just use the posits, you just use the posits primitives, and you can just define your own primitives, and you can just use it to build frameworks, to build projects, right? And being able to extend effectively, like the language itself, being able to define new primitives, define new operators, do a lot of that stuff in a way that's, memory safe, but still close to metal as a systems language. And I would really love to have a very solid web framework kind of built in, or at least like networking capabilities within the language, because I'm kind of sick and tired of everyone and their mother just saying, oh, I'm just going to use Electron, or oh, I'm just going to use a headless Chromium or something, because headless Chromium is fucking dog shit. I'm sick and tired of everyone and their mother writing an app that's, oh, actually, it's just a browser that looks up a web page. It's fucking stupid. It's so garbage. It's fucking dog shit. Like, I understand why. It's because dealing with networking in anything other than JavaScript and anything other than a browser environment is the worst thing on the face of the fucking planet, right? It fucking sucks. Networking outside of web development is absolute fucking dog shit. It sucks. And there is still, to this day, not a single language out there that does a halfway decent job of it. Right? And like, I understand that a lot of it is because their approaches is very bare metal, and that's fine, because things like C++, you have like the idea of, yeah, like the only thing that does a decent job at networking is just within the web development, is just within the web aspect. And most of these languages do networking at a very close to metal area because networking web queries, right? For instance, just about every chat application, Discord, Elements, just Stoat, even Steam, right? These are browsers. These are headless browsers that open up a web page, right? Because they are networking, they are network applications by design. You are accessing a server and fetching information from that server. So doing those kinds of operations outside of a web development environment, it sucks. It's very, very difficult to do cleanly. You have so many different frameworks trying to work together, and it can be very, very, very difficult to have a unified view, being able to cross-reference all these things. So that's why when you look at, say, Steam, viewing Steam on browser is no different than viewing Steam through the application, because they are one and the same. And being able to step away from that kind of ideology would be very, very nice. It would be very, very nice to be able to, say, fetch like HTML and being able to parse the HTML directly into basically like a just-in-time compiler, and just being able to display it would be super incredible. Same thing with like effectively having like a JavaScript engine. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That'd basically be making a JavaScript engine. Fuck. I don't know. That seems like way more work than it's worth, now that I think of it. I don't know. I mean, like, that's why I'm thinking about these things. Like, and I still want being able to do networking because of, like, multiplayer games and things like that. Send and receive data over SSH or through HTTPS, etc. These are all things that are very important. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There's that. And then ball.vel.x is equal to ball.vel. Minus ball.vel.x. Okay. And then I think I can update dot deflect opponents is equal to function self dot dt self comma dt. I'm fucking stupid. And then a lot of this is going to be basically the same, right? So if ball dot vel dot x is less than 0, then return and local front is equal to self dot pause dot x okay, I should be back now. Well, it has been 4.5 hours, so this is about the time when my network decides to be an absolute asshole. It's getting late in the day. It's almost noon for me. So I think this is the high traffic time of day, which means expect inconsistencies. So is this incorrect or not? Self.pause.x minus origin plus the size. But we also already know, yeah, plus size. Oh, we do plus, oh, actually, I think minus self dot origin dot x times self dot size dot x plus self dot size dot x. Nanni? Nandeyo. I think that's correct. It should work just fine, right? If ball dot pause dot x is less than plus, wait a second, minus radius is less than front. Is this correct? Because it should be the inner side, right? Yeah, because it'd be minus. Yeah, I'd put it up in front and then it will bump it up. Yeah, okay, that is actually correct. Then return and ball dot radius. Ball dot radius. If Okay, should be back. Okay, should be back. Still very hitchy. Very inconsistent. Okay. Hopefully it'll stabilize. God, it's irritating. I really need to do a deep dive and look into what the hell's going on with that. Oh, shit. Okay. Deflect player, deflect opponent. Then bounds. Update dot bounds ball is equal to function self dt. I'm also doing a lot of work and I haven't tested it. Let's see if it crashes. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. So did that there. Wait a minute. Okay. What the fuck? What's going on here? It is bouncing off of them, but it's not doing it properly. Right? Okay. The position.x oh shit. Minus okay. I think that that is correct for the opponents. This is unnecessary. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So say front is 25. Oh, fuck. What? Is it... Okay. If the... Gotcha. Okay. Is that plus ball dot radius, and then here it should be minus ball dot radius. Right. Now it should bounce off properly. Yeah, okay. You guys can't really see it because of the frame rate, but it do. Yeah, it do be working properly. Okay, cool. Good. Yeah. I don't know. There's some weird shit going on with that, but I'm pretty sure that is proper. Now, updates dots move resolve ball. Right for internet problems. I just hope YouTube isn't all fucked up about it. I don't care. I mean, it's just the only reason why I'm dual streaming is the only reason why I'm using Restream is because I don't want to have to manually fucking upload my shit all the goddamn time. I don't want to do that. It's a pain in the ass. Ow. Fuck. Ah. Ow. Right. Then ball dots position dot y is equal to negative dot y. been back-to-back calls today. Yeesh. Sorry to hear that, Cinder. Hopefully they haven't been too bad. Hope that you've been able to, not have to deal with too many stupid people. I mean, you are in Florida, so I guess that's a relative term. You just better not be seeing your ass on the news tonight. Yeah, exactly. It's Florida. If self.post.y is greater than window.h, then Florida man wrestles out of the gator while fighting cops. I mean, I've seen some I've seen some headlines. I mean, Backyard Scientist is a Florida man, which tracks. Does William Osmond live in Florida? I don't know. Fucking, who is it? Michael Reeves is a Hawaiian. That man is completely fucking unhinged. Literally exploded overnight because he made a robot that shoot a laser in his eyeball. And then he made like 3 C# tutorials and was like, oh wait, people don't give a shit about this. Close enough to Florida. Yeah. Let's see. Bool.pos.y is equal to 2 times window.h. Just gotta call for a drunk man and plow. Well, at least it's not bath salts this time. Alright, let's see. Yes, I shall be here, probably, most likely. 5 hours. 5 hour stream. I'm going pretty good. I'm hoping to really push it quite some time today. We shall see how it goes. If self.pos.x is greater than 0, then ball.pos.x is equal to negative ball.pos.x, and then ball.vel.x is equal to negative ball.vel.x, and then if self dot yeah, whatever. Self.pos.y is greater than a window dot w, then self.pos.y to 2 times a window dot h. Wait. Fuck. X. X is equal to mine as equal to I might have to reboot my router. And if I do, right, yeah, like if it drops again, I'm gonna go reboot my router. There'll be like a little bit of a break to do. I guess we shall see. We shall see. Shall find out. Okay, so. Okay. So the only thing that's left, I think, fuck. Okay. Bounds, not resolved. Bounds. Nani? Nando. Weird. That's not good. Okay. Ah. Guess who's a dumbass? So now, all I need to do is change the angle at which the ball bounces off. Dependent on that offset, right? So I can set that absolute value thing. Ow, fuck. Ugh. Oh, actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because I can set the absolute value of those to be different, and then yeah. So I have those. I have the ball. Right? Because I can do local if is equal to blah blah pause dot y minus self dot pause. Alright, and then I can say if the absolute value of a diff is equal to that, and then return. Otherwise, that, alright, and then I can even say so I want what I want is a bit of a trade-off, right? I want the more vertical it is, alright? I want the more vertical it is, the more so if I do self.size.y divided by 2. Ow! Fuck. Because I kind of want to know I kind of want I don't know how because I want the effects to be that the more towards the top you are, like the more towards the outside edges you are, the more towards the center you are, the more you impart lateral movement. Okay. The more to the sides, the more towards the center you are, the more you impart lateral movement. Is equal to ball dot vel dot y plus